Thanks for tuning in, everybody, here on this Memorial Day. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're tracking a severe thunderstorm warning right now for parts of Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner counties. That's getting more concerning here by the moment. I know we have another storm further out toward the west, and we were posting about that, but this storm has gotten very significant very quickly here into toward those areas that I was mentioning there. We could have 2-inch hail even. That's a possibility. That's definitely a possibility here as we're looking at things. So you got to take heed of this right now into toward that region of the viewing circle. So let's go ahead and switch over to the other computer source here. You can see we were watching some action up toward Crisp County. They're just outside of the area, but now just barely in the area and along Interstate 75. I mean, our system here, this overdoes it generally, but it's showing 3-inch hail. The Weather Service has just gone up to 2-inch hail on their warning. They think this is a considerable danger here toward the community of Dakota there in south central Georgia. So again, considerable danger here in South Georgia right now along Interstate 75 here. So severe thunderstorm located near Pitch or 11 miles northeast of Ashburn there, moving east generally at about 35 miles an hour. So people could get injured with this type of hail. Again, this has developed very rapidly in terms of going from something that was sub to severe really to something that is very severe. Considerable damage now possible. Again, could have some big time hail problems. People and animals outdoors, again, could be injured. You could have damage to roof, side, and windows and vehicles with this type of hail. And there could be some wind damage to roof, side, and trees. So, again, that's kind of the storyline right now as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation here. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is all the way to 7 o'clock. I don't know if it's going to be something that really lasts in terms of it being this significant for this long, but a lot of folks under this warning. I'll go ahead and zoom on out here again, just kind of getting in to the area and strengthening in the area. We have Fitzgerald, Ashburn, Ocilla, Mystic, Worth, Sycamore, Rebecca, Louisville, Amboy, Osterfield, over towards Sibley, Ashton, Irwinville, Fitzgerald Airport, Turner County Airport, Irwinville Airport, Bowens Mill, Dakota, and Red Bluff under this warning. So we need to take heed here. The wind threat, there is some weak rotation and some damaging wind potential in here along the Interstate 75 corridor. That's something that we got to be looking out for sure. But it looks like the hail threat is the bigger concern right now, where there could be a considerable threat here. It looks like more Dakota to Rebecca here. Those are the areas that are at the greatest risk here for some big-time problems from this. And we had to jump on here because this was looking very serious all of a sudden. This hail threat, our system here, I know the one that kind of makes sure it does a good job of not overestimating, it's now showing over 2-inch hail here along I-75. So it's concerning here, obviously. We'll back this up. The scan before is 2.17 inches. 2.09, and now it is at 2.24 inches. So it's getting bigger here, it would seem. The hail is increasing in size, and or it could be we're getting more hail to fall toward the surface. There is a distance from the radar here that has to be taken into account. It's pretty far. We're looking from different radar sites, but it looks serious right now. We're getting a report from, it looks like amateur radio there. Around the Dakota community of quarter-size hail reported. So that's in northern Turner County. So maybe it's not as big, possibly, as what radar is showing. Maybe there's just a lot of it, but we shall see. I know there's another severe thunderstorm warning further out toward the west here. Let me go ahead and shift our attention to that. That's when we posted about it, and it's been in effect for a little while. It is including areas of Clay, Lee, Quitman. It looks like Randolph and Terrell counties in those 645 in our Georgia counties. So again, That's kind of the storyline there. I know we've had a lot of heat today. Got a 95 in Jacksonville, 94 in Gainesville, and then we have storms coming into the picture now. They may not make it all the way down toward the south to this level. We shall see, but we'll go ahead and see a risk area here real quick. I know you see a severe thunderstorm watch in the pink. That goes into effect for a good while still. It's been in effect since about 2:10 and goes all the way to 10 o'clock tonight. I know, but then you have the marginal 1 out of 5 risk that gets all the way down to about Tallahassee and Nassau County in Florida. So we'll see how things kind of hang together or try to hold together here as the situation does evolve. I know we've been watching the stormy weather pattern lately. We were thinking to be a chance at some stronger storms in our Georgia County today. We were hoping maybe things, would be maybe a little bit tamer based on some model runs. We're showing less covered. Others were showing more, and it looks like now we're starting to see that escalation here in towards some of our Georgia communities. So, again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to track, continuing to give you the very latest here. Continuing to give you guys the latest updates to protect you, your friends, and your family. Let me go ahead and check the hail size again now up to 2.4 inches in diameter, according to our computer algorithm at least, just east of I-75. So hopefully folks are okay out there. This is a pretty strong signature of some damage and hail. I gotta admit, it's a possibility that it could just be a lot of it, and the radar thinks it's just bigger in size than it actually is. That's possible, especially based on that 1-inch report so far out of the Dakota area. But we shall see. We'll just have to continue to try to give you the very latest here as the situation does develop, as the situation does evolve here. Definitely important to kind of make sure we give you a heads up on everything here. I know, let's just kind of keep looking through some more details. Just trying to see if there's any new updates here as I look behind the scenes. I don't see anything yet. Again, just trying to give you the latest though, as the situation does progress. 2.52 inches in diameter here. And I'll go ahead and zoom out real quick because I do want to check some stuff. I know over toward, well, you see North Carolina, there's a tornado watch that goes up, and there's even a tornado warning there toward Martin and Washington counties. That's radar indicated rotation there. And there's even some severe weather in the DFW area now, some hail threats trying to evolve. It's a warm day, and then there's a potential for golf ball size hail and towards some of those communities. So, again, that's something to kind of keep our eyes on there around DFW, really more talking about Dallas right at this moment. But, again, that's the storyline right there. Just trying to continue to monitor for the latest updates here as the moments tick on by. I know, I just trying to let you guys know what's going on. You can see just north there of Aspen, we're seeing hail that could be upward of about 2.5 inches in diameter again, or it could just be more of a lot of hail falling here. It could be a little bit smaller in size, is what I'm saying, as we really focus on this storm. The other one, storm to the west, well, not enough there for Roy and me to, just jump on with that, or if we weren't already on, we wouldn't be on for the storm to the west. So look at our other radar site. Going to try to switch that on over just to kind of get a better look at this real quick. But yeah, there's a little bit of wind enhancement around Dawson, so that's something to watch. Could cause a little bit of wind damage there. And that's over in Terrell County and Randolph County. We're watching a little bit of a weaker wind enhancement. But again, just going to keep on looking at things over to the east. I know, you have some more wind enhancement here. Looks like that's starting to pick up according to the Moody radar now. It could just be the way the angle is on this too, but looks like some stronger winds. It looks like a lot of hail in there right around State Road 159. I mean, there's definite hail with this, and this is going to be moving in toward areas further off toward the east here. Let me just take the warnings off real quick. I want to try to get my bearings just while I'm doing this, if you're wondering. So our warning here and our storm, well, we're going to be tracking things in toward Ben Hill County here over the next little bit, and some of Irwin County. Some of this we hope, try to trend a little more to the north, and that would get it out of our area, but it very well may try to stay in our area and toward areas like Coffee County and the like, depending on the angle. That's kind of how the weather service Tallahassee has the polygon drawn at this point down toward the south and the east. So again, just going to continue to watch the situation evolve. Again, it's definitely dangerous here as the moments tick on by. We're just going to keep on seeing here how things develop, how things evolve. You definitely see more wind now picking up within the Doppler scan. That's wind to 60 now, showing up within Doppler. So this is storm here in parts of Turner County. So again, we're really watching it for you. Again, just a reminder of our coverage area here. Of course, we cover national stuff and national concerns as needed. But our local area, these 62 counties are always on for any tornado warning storm moving through the 62 counties. Have been on problems since late 2019, but also when we have severe thunderstorm warnings that pose, a hazard here that looks maybe a little bit more escalated, we use our discretion. We don't come on for all of them. We come on for a lot of them. And if we don't come on for them, we'll post about them on Facebook there for these counties and on Twitter/X. But had to come on for this one toward part of Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner counties because it is looking a little bit more dangerous. A higher confidence and damage occurring here in toward this area. This is a nasty storm there in Turner County. It's not moving all that fast either, so it's probably dumping a good bit of rain here in toward these spots, and maybe the hail's adding up too. And now they're saying that the wind threat has gone to 70 miles an hour now. So much hurricane force gust of possibility here in toward this part of the region. This storm continues to intensify here in our far northern counties in our area there in toward south central Georgia. It's moving east at only about 25 miles an hour, so a pretty slow mover. And again, we have the wind really showing up here. Let me see our other radar modes. Let me see if the Robbins radar is a little closer. Yeah, well, we can see the wind from it, that's for sure. On this as well. This is just south of Rebecca. I know, around Fitzgerald. We'll have to see the angle on this. It just kind of tracks more southerly. And you kind of see it's headed that way and away. Hard to say if it'll go right into Fitzgerald or not there in Ben Hill County, but just continuing to track this here. In that latest scan, it looked just a tad bit weaker. Not by much, but just a tad bit weaker, and we'll take that. We'll just have to continue to monitor the situation here. Off this radar, it still looks very strong. Let me just go ahead and kind of jump between some stuff here. Still looks pretty strong on this radar. So got to take it seriously. Got to try to give you the latest updates on this severe thunderstorm warning. Try to keep you safe out there. Try to make sure you're staying tuned here for the very latest. Again, when thunder roars, go indoors, seek such that at 30 building and stay away from those windows. Very important to do all of that here as we're tracking the very latest here. As we're getting, closer toward those evening hours. I mean, in a way you could call it the evening, but not exactly quite there yet in some folks' minds, at least. I know it's a holiday here for many, as we remember those who lost their lives there in service to our country here on this Memorial Day. I know we're just going to keep on looking here at our Doppler scans. Again, looking at parts of Turner County. Moving toward Ben Hill County as a situation that does evolve. Again, whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors, seek shelter at a sturdy building, and stay away from windows here. Stay away from windows as we continue here to track things, continue to give you the latest updates. Try to update you guys here as needed. Definitely an ongoing scenario here. Go ahead and zoom back out just a bit. Got a little bit of wind enhancement around Dawson there. Look over to the east here. We're watching this. East of Ashburn. Let's continue to watch the situation evolve. Maybe a little bit of weak rotation, but nothing overwhelming on that side of things. Just have to keep on tracking the scenario. Definitely keep on tracking things here. Again, a considerable threat in South Georgia. We're going to be watching the Fitzgerald area here. I'm going to just track this. Some inclement weather for sure, and really dangerous weather, to be quite honest. Just got to take heed. Again, trying to give you updates. Let's go between some of our different modes here. I'm even seeing another potential severe thunderstorm watch having to be issued here in the next little bit, maybe further off toward the west in that blue circle area. There's a 60% chance of that now. So convection's developing west of the watch number 334. So could have some issues as we're looking even further off in towards southern Alabama. Again, just trying to give you the very latest. Trying to give you the latest updates here. Trying to keep you safe. So again, just watching the ever-evolving scenario. Again, folks with outdoor plans on this Memorial Day definitely being impacted here. And towards South Georgia is north of Tipton for perspective, southeast of Cordell, a little northeast of Albany there. So again, just trying to let you know what's going on. Our radar is still showing hail could be over 2 inches here. So we got to stick with this, even if there's not a tornado warning and it's not the most populated area. That is still a very strong signature here. That is cause for concern here for our viewers in this part of South Central Georgia. So we got to stick with this right now. This is a considerable threat, considerable danger here in toward parts of southern Georgia. So again, got to be really careful. Got to be really mindful. And, just be taking those precautions. You just gotta be, you can't be, letting your guard down here in this instance. So again, sticking with it here. Trying to keep you safe. That's what it's all about here on Cloud Weather. Looking for any new reports. I need to check our power outage information here in a second. Let me go ahead and check that source here. Okay, we'll check in Georgia. So it looks like right now, Worth County, 126 customers in the dark. Turner County not showing any at the moment. Irwin not at the moment. Ben Hill not at the moment. But we'll continue to look at things. Continue to give you the very latest updates here as the situation does transpire. So again, always important to watch it evolve. Just continue to watch it, as it goes minute by minute here. The different developments. Again, really right at the top of the hour right now, 6 o'clock here on this Monday, on this Memorial Day. This May 27th here, 2024. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, just trying to give you the very latest on exactly what's going on. Again, we're watching a severe storm in South Georgia here. Watching just every, radar scan to see what's going on. As we're looking at southwest to Rebecca there on that view, but really the latest scan would now show things a little bit off toward the east. A little bit off toward the east here, so again, just something to kind of watch the latest developments with as this moves here across these different communities. So again, the areas under this warning include Fitzgerald, Osceola, Aspern, Mystic, Worth, Rebecca, Louisville, Amboy, Ozerfield, Aston, Irwinville, Fitzgerald Airport, Irwinville Airport, Ray, Bowens Mill, Red Bluff. It looks like Overlord Arp. It looks like Aba there, and then Queensland. So again, just trying to give you guys the updates here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect. Just go ahead and keep looking, keep tracking. Get the other warning further off toward the west here. There's some wind energy around Cuthbert, some around Dawson. It's not overwhelming, but we'll watch it. There's a warning in place. You still got to take it seriously. It's through 6:45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail possible out here. And then as we get further off toward the east, just continue to track things. Irwinville, some wind potential. The hail threat, it looks like it's staying pretty consistent. It might have dropped off just a tad, but not by much here. The biggest hail threat's up in here. Maybe the biggest wind threat will be down in there, though. Something to kind of keep in mind. Again, that hail threat right here. That's going to cross over from Turner into toward Ben Hill County. Just going to keep watching all these radar scans. As we see this here, it's kind of headed, close to Fitzgerald at least, whether it's wind or hail. The greatest danger, hard to say, but again, definitely headed in that direction there. I'm talking about Fort Fitzgerald proper. Of course, hail is the biggest threat out of this at the moment, just in general, but for Fitzgerald, it may end up being more about the wind, because the way the storm is kind of shaping on up here. So I know the Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued an advisory to say that they might have to issue a warning after 6:45 or so. In terms of, at least that's when the conditions will be arriving there, that would require that toward Coffee County. So again, just continue to watch things here. Again, northwest of Irwinville, we're watching some wind. Definitely watching the latest developments here. And if you're in North Florida, especially further down toward like Stark, shouldn't be a huge deal tonight with this Saxon. So that's good news. But we'll just continue here to watch things, obviously, just in case. And this stuff's slow moving here, so that's something to take into consideration here as well. I know. Looks like that storm to the south is strengthening toward parts of Worth and northwestern tip and far southern parts there of Turner County. We'll have to watch that as it moves closer toward Tula there. Over the next little bit, definitely seeing some strengthening with that. So that could move closer toward Osceola eventually. So heads up for you guys in Osceola. And it looks like it is issued a new warning, and it's for that storm. Okay, Barry and Irwin, Tip, Turner, and Worth until 7:30 now. Severe thunderstorm warning being issued. So things really starting to pick up here, unfortunately, in more areas of South Georgia. So southern Irwin, northeastern Barry, and southern Turner, northern Tip, and northeastern Worth counties under this warning. I know at 6:03, a severe thunderstorm is located 7 miles south of Ashburn, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Sylvester, Tipton, Ashburn, Osceola, Enigma, Poland, Tai, Alapaha there, Unionville, Mystic, Terrell, Sycamore, Sumner, over toward Glory, Hardin, Waterloo, Arwenville under this warning. So just for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Very important. Looks like some rotation may be trying to take place here now. Are these storms kind of merging? That can be an issue sometimes for a quick spin-up tornado. If we're not careful here, sometimes that can happen when you have some storm mergers here. I mean, this isn't an environment where a tornado could be completely ruled out anyway. It's not that big of a chance, but it's an environment that's, at least a little conducive. So, got to be kind of careful here as we watch things. I'm looking behind the scenes, and I'll put up for you guys at home and look at our supercell composite. Our supercell composite map there. It shows some of that rotational potential just kind of going on in the region here. Kind of going on in the vicinity. So just something to kind of keep in mind here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, as we're trying to give you the very latest information. And significant tornado parameter, you see some of that instability. There's a lot of that. So that's something to keep in mind. You have the severe thunderstorm watch and play. You have the warning down to 1.5 inches on the hail now. Moving toward Fitzgerald, so that's still significant. Holding together pretty well, but it is a little bit weaker, at least, than what we were down with here earlier on. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as we're giving you the latest updates, as we're giving you the latest information. So again, just trying to keep you safe here. Just trying to keep you safe. It's definitely important to do that with these different severe thunderstorm warnings in play. Go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. You see some 90-degree readings here on the map. Definitely a lot of heat energy out there. You see in toward Jacksonville, mid-90s even. Doesn't mean there'll be storms down there later on. I know the models have been kind of inconsistent on how things would progress, but let me kind of get a look here at our model guidance for you guys. And we started off at about 6 o'clock or so. Yeah, it's not picking up on what's going on in some of these areas in reality. This is through the evening. It's about, 9 o'clock or so. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and, it's based on this at least. It's showing storm development a little later, but it looks like we're going to have a pretty long night if the radar ended up looking like that before stuff diminishes as it gets closer toward north central Florida. So it's kind of backing it up. That's 2 a.m. So we'll see. Hopefully by then we'll be kind of winding things down, and we're not going to stay on for every severe thunderstorm warning. This is a situation here where, a lot of these are going to be nasty here and there, where maybe a limb will fall or a tree will fall. But not an overwhelming situation, but some of these a little bit more serious, a little bit more widespread in terms of that damage potential. And that's what we're really looking at right now and/or parts of this area here west of Fitzgerald. So that's what we had to be on. So we had to break in because we're getting just such nasty algorithms on this. It's still, the algorithm is still showing 1.54 inches in diameter in terms of that hail. Again, trying to give you the latest here. Trying to give you the latest updates. And I know the new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued further off toward the west now. I'd be curious to see what counties that includes. That should pop up any second. But I know as we're looking at things, it looks like a damage report. Some trees down there. Looks like as we zoom in into parts of Crisp County there, that is where we've been told there's some trees down on a scenic route south of Georgia Veteran State Park. So just the storyline there, just that side of the covered area. Yeah, there's a new severe thunderstorm watch now further out toward the west. That goes into 11 o'clock Eastern, which is 10 o'clock Central out there, including like Pensacola and the like. They're seeing more development here, so they had to kind of cover that. So a lot of that doesn't include our, area. None of that includes our official covered area, but in terms of the Tallahassee Weather Service, there's not too much included there that is included, in their CWDA. Most of that's neighboring areas there, Roy. Mobile office to be, specific is Roy. That's what we're looking at, a lot of that being covered. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. Just trying to give you more updates. Holmes, Walton, and Washington, Tallahassee Weather Service jurisdiction. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. Let's go ahead and get back over to other mode. I know as we get more storms to kind of evolve, maybe it'll kind of take away the energy a little from the individual acts and to make things a little bit weaker overall, but still severe weather is severe weather. Maybe we won't have the higher end severe weather though in many places, but still some wind enhancement headed toward Fitzgerald, weak rotation as well. It looks like, the numbers have come down a little bit, so that'd be some good news if that is truly the case down toward the surface. Hail was showing up there some north of Irwinville. It's not maybe as big as it was either, but we're just going to have to continue to track it. Continue to give you the very latest here as the situation does develop. So, again, I'm just trying to let you know here what's going on. Just watch these latest developments here as we're looking in south central Georgia. See if there's any questions or comments. Just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me as I'm looking at a few things here. Just appreciate you guys watching. As we look here at the Doppler I-75 right now, looking north of Tipton. There's some enhancement here on the Doppler. Looks like, maybe a little inflow even right in there. Again, I'm just trying to give you the latest. You see around Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County, weak rotation. Just have to be kind of careful of Coffee County will be in line here for some issues. And so just a warning for you guys there. You'll probably be under a warning here as we're looking ahead in just a little bit. Again, trying to give you updates. Trying to keep you informed. So important here in the Weather Center. Very important to do all that. Again, just checking everything out here. Just watching all the latest developments. Again, things change here minute by minute. That's why we're sticking with it. And, have your new viewers come in, and then some folks kind of leave the coverage for a little bit. So, things can change here, and that's why it's important to stay on top of the latest developments. Again, as we look toward Fitzgerald here, you see some wind enhancement. Definitely some nastier winds there coming on in. Maybe more like the south side of Fitzgerald, but right in Fitzgerald, it would look like at this moment is where you have a little bit higher chance of some of that bigger hail, maybe upwards of about 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter. Well, that's kind of what it looks like right now anyway. Kind of what it looks like at the moment. Yeah, let's go to our now twin storms per se. We have 1.34 hail size potential on the axis north of Tipton, and what's moving in towards Fitzgerald is 1.54 inches in diameter. So that's pretty significant there still. By the way, as we watch the local concern, we also watch national concerns up toward like North Carolina. There's a tornado warning in effect right now toward Washington, Martin, and Tyrell counties there. So some rotation causing that to be issued as we look up in that part of the country. You see that yellow box, the tornado watch there along the east coast on Memorial Day. And as we get back up here closer toward our area, you see a lot of lightning here around Fitzgerald whenever thunder roars. You want to go indoors, in the Tipton vicinity as well. I mean, some of that's just north of town, but if you're hearing that thunder rumble, you need to go ahead and go inside and get away from those windows, as lightning can strike pretty far away from the apparent thunderstorm. So just keep that in mind. Just definitely keep that in mind as we watch the things kind of showing up here in terms of some concern on the Doppler technology. So again, that's kind of where we're at right now. Watching this bear down in the Fitzgerald area in Ben Hill County. That's where the worst the concern is. As we keep on looking here, keep on tracking. See the storm north of Chula. Watching that. Again, around Fitzgerald. Watching that as well. Again, just trying to keep you informed. We're at 6:16 right now. Yeah, this storm on Chula here, it looks like just north of town, we have some bigger hail potential now. Looks like just east of I-75. And the broadcast media is reporting hail of ping pong ball size at 6:02 there from the Rebecca area. So that's kind of the storyline there. That's from there in the Ward Turner County. So a little bit bigger hail size reported here than what the initial report was there. So it's definitely something worth monitoring. Definitely something worth keeping tabs on and taking heed from. If you can get your car in your garage, do it here. If you don't have that light in the area already, I mean, if you have time and you're under these warnings, or even if you're downstream in like Douglas there, it wouldn't be a bad idea, or anywhere in that vicinity, just to go ahead and get that car inside. So, again, some nasty weather here in South Georgia. Looking north of Leesburg, we got a little bit of wind enhancement there, close to Sasser. And then we have north of Tipton. I know you can see some of that hail right toward Fitzgerald, more of that hail. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now. Since we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect all the way to 10 o'clock, so still pretty long ways out here toward that timeline as we watch things continue to evolve. So this stuff is not moving very fast either. So at least it does give you a little bit more warning, but I mean, the folks that actually get the impact are getting it maybe even a little bit more prolonged, and that can add to the damage potential. I mean, not what you want to hear. By the way, 540, 1 mile east of Worth, the community of Worth in Turner County, hail is estimated around quarter size. So see some of these reports here on the screen as I zoom back on in, popping on up. So it's always important to keep tabs on as we're looking at things there. So just taking the warnings out for a split second so you can see that other report there just north of Ashburn there. You know, really we're seeing that. So again, just watching the situation develop. Right now we're seeing 1.65 inch hail possible around Tula, 1.73 inch hail possible around Fitzgerald. So just keep that in mind. Again, I'm just trying to let you know what's going on. There's your tornado risk there. That we were talking about is a small one, not a huge one. Just gotta stay aware, gotta stay vigilant. So again, I just continue to track things here. Continue to give you the latest updates. I know it's just kind of important. Kind of important to do that. Just trying to give you updates here. Again, I keep checking for a new data, Roy, to come on in. It's you know, it's really relevant. Definitely is. Okay, so latest update here at 7 o'clock. Looks like that warning there that was, you know, going toward Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner now is canceled out Turner. But it still continues for Ben Hill and Irwin. 70-mile-an-hour gust and hail to an inch and a half in diameter, a possibility. So that's kind of the storyline there. I'm just gonna keep checking here. I'm just gonna keep on monitoring. I know we're never gonna forget what happened out in the ward parts of Texas, parts of Arkansas, and Oklahoma over the weekend with those deadly strong tornadoes. Just a terrible, terrible situation. Fatalities in some other states as well in that region. So you just hate seeing that. Just hate seeing that. These are storms here today. I mean, it's from the pattern, but these shouldn't be as nasty and near as nasty as we saw further up toward the north and west. I know as I zoom out here real quick, you see even around Dallas they're getting some storms today, though. These are more hail producers, though. Golfball says hail in the north parts of Dallas County, and the north parts of Dallas County further to the north is quarter-size hail. That's the northern one of those two. So you see a severe thunderstorm watch there. Severe thunderstorm watch is closer and including areas of home and South Georgia here. So again, just trying to update you guys. You can see south of Fitzgerald, some wind enhancement right in Fitzgerald. That's the hail coming in. You know, it could be around, I mean, say 2 inches in diameter. Other sources now picking that up a little bit stronger again. So hail could be coming right into Ward Fitzgerald right now. Right there near the Fitzgerald Municipal Airport, for instance. You got to be really inside, away from windows. When the hail gets closer to 2 inches, if that's actually happening, that's enough to, you know, really start doing more damage, especially with the stronger winds in there. I mean, you know, 1 inch hail, well, that's probably not going to do too much damage, really. But 2 inch hail, especially if it's wind driven, well, that could be a different story. That could do a pretty good bit of damage that we're not used to seeing around here from hail. Not just overwhelming damage at 2 inches. I mean, it could still do a good bit of damage. That's not what you want to see, obviously. So, again, just going to continue to track this. Continue to give you more updates as we need them here, as you need them. So again, just continuing to watch things here. Continuing to give you more details. And up toward North Carolina, a new tornado warning is popping up that way. Got rotation there north of Pinetown. We have some more rotation as we get further up. Just had a new local warning issue that should pop up here in just a second. This from the Jacksonville office. 79-hour winds and hail to 1.5 inches in diameter. Atkinson, Coffee, and Jeff Davis counties. So, of course, Jeff Davis is out of our area, but Atkinson and Coffee are in our area as we continue to watch the progression on all this. So, definitely something to watch for, something to keep in mind. I know, definitely some nasty hail potential just north of Chula, wind potential closer to town. And as we look here, Fitzgerald, it's about the hail potential. More warning Atkinson to the east. Got parts there, Central Coffee and Northwestern Atkinson included a 715. 71-hour wind gust there, and it looks like ping pong ball size hail. A possibility. We have a new warning further back toward the west now. Parts of Calhoun, Clay, Early, Randolph, Terrell until 7:30. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and hail to 1 inch in diameter. So that's cause for concern out there as well. Let's check this for any rotation on the for Nova Surrender. That didn't look like much at all in that mode, which is good at least. That looks pretty weak, quite honestly. But we'll watch it. Gotta make sure things don't ramp up quickly here on us. I know, just gonna keep looking at things. Gotta keep tracking them. Definitely interested. A couple little notches on these storms here that we're tracking right now, closer to south central Georgia. That's something to kind of take note of. Something to take note of here. Just gotta be careful. As we're looking around Fitzgerald. Moving toward, it looks like the Osterfield community. And then as you look around Tula, right into that Fitzgerald Municipal Airport, we're seeing hail potential that's pretty significant there right at this moment. Over 2 inches in diameter. That could do damage, I mean, to some planes even. That kind of hail. I mean, it's kind of into town too. But as you look toward the south, I know we got some rotation in a storm here near I-75 on Tula. It shows up better on rotation trackers, so we need to check our storm relative velocity to see what that looks like. Yeah, there's a little bit of angle in that storm, makes me think it's not too terrible, but just the way the storm is oriented. But I'll continue to watch. And definitely seeing some hail potential in here around Fitzgerald. And as we look back toward Tula, there's some more of that. So we just gotta kind of keep our eyes on this weather situation here. Just gotta continue to keep our eyes on the weather situation as it does develop for sure. Again, you see these 4 or 5 yellow boxes here on the screen. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect now. Again, just trying to let you guys know what's going on. I know we're getting closer to the bottom of the hour here. Depending on how things look on radar, right after 6:30, I might take a break for a bit, just depending on how things progress. Things still look pretty impressive, though. Maybe just a tad bit weaker in a way. We still got to remain on guard. Definitely got to remain on guard here as we watch the progression of things. Watch the storms kind of develop, you know, and the like here. It's definitely important to do that. So 2-inch hail up here, 1.54 inch hail down here. That's what I'm seeing right now on my different algorithms. Back out here now, we're seeing 1.3 inch hail south of Bluffton. That's worth noting. Again, it's a severe thunderstorm watch remain in effect till 10 p.m. as we're looking at these areas here in South Georgia in the pink. So you gotta make sure to take those precautions whenever thunderstorms go indoors. I mean, that's just relevant all in that summertime period per se. But and then as we're looking at things, I know Memorial Day sometimes the unofficial start of summer, and Labor Day the unofficial end of summer, and you just always gotta be careful. They start having pop-up storms here. These aren't pop-up storms, so this is more of an organized threat here, and more about Georgia than anything, but it could eventually get down toward Tallahassee as well. You just want to seek shelter into that sturdy building and stay away from those windows. You just got to take everything into consideration as the time frame ticks on by. It's definitely something that you gotta think about here. You gotta just be just keeping tabs on for sure. So again, definitely trying to figure out exactly just the minute by minute information here for you. Let me zoom out real quick. I know you have tornado watch to the north in North Carolina, Virginia, up toward even the District of Columbia, and severe thunderstorm watch even further past that. You have severe thunderstorm watch out over Texas. We have some warnings that were in play around Dallas. Don't see them at this point, but has some hail popping up there. So, but right now we have looks like 5 warnings, 5 severe thunderstorm warning boxes covering parts of our area. So, Lee, Randolph, and Terrell counties until about 6:45. As we're kind of looking at things here, I've been here on Irwin to about 7. Atkinson, Coffee, and about 7:15. Berry and Irwin, Tip, Turner, worked about 7:30, and then Calhoun, Clay, Early, Randolph, and Terrell about 7:30. So again, just gonna continue to watch things here. I know we're getting an update now out of Terrell County. Looks like a 911 call center reporting a tree limb downed in Dawson, and also power outage in the Dawson area. That's actually via the Georgia power outage map. So these storms having an impact here on this Memorial Day. Going back, I guess it's been 10 years now. We had on Memorial Day a lot of problems there around Jacksonville with some hail, and even had some tornado warnings popping up ultimately in that region. So Memorial Day, some years can be calm, some years not so much. This is more about Georgia though than Florida at this point. I know 1.3 inch hail right here maybe, and it looks like about 1.54 over there in the vicinity of Fitzgerald, but that's started to really move away from Fitzgerald here pretty soon. Still kind of swung up over town for now with the hail threat on our system. As I'm looking at this right now, that's something to kind of keep in mind. Something to kind of keep in mind there. So again, just trying to update you here. Another storm coming out of Alabama now, moving on in. So we'll watch that. Again, we're just going to keep on looking at this. Keep on giving you the updates. It's an overall evolving situation here. Again, looking around Fitzgerald. Definitely could have some hail in there. It looks a little bit weaker than it did, but maybe right around US 129. Got some hail maybe around, I said, around 125 as well. And this one back out toward the west here. maybe just southeast of Bluffton could have some hail. So we're going to keep our eyes on all this. I know we're going to be monitoring things. If they ramp back up, we will jump in here immediately. I think right now we're going to get a half-hour update. But if we get a tornado warning or something like that for part of it, we'll jump back in here at once to give you the very latest. But the hail signs are still there. Still can be dangerous. But they've gone down a little at the moment. But again, if things really ramp back up, we'll pop back in before 7 o'clock, before the top of the hour. So just to kind of keep that in mind here. We're watching things. We're not going anywhere here. I'm not going anywhere here in the weather center of it. I'll be on here as it is warranted, as it is necessary to keep everybody safe. By the way, off topic a little bit. New warning around Dallas now for hail. But I see storms definitely across the country having some different hail potentials. So again, we're just going to keep on tracking everything and keep on giving you the latest. So let me go ahead and go to this view here. On this view there, you can kind of see what's going on. Just kind of looping it around. And again, we'll pop back in at once if we need to. But otherwise, we'll be back here with another update at 7 o'clock, the top of the hour. From the Weather Center, we watch multiple severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect, hail and wind. The primary hazards, there has been some weak rotation, but so far at least, no local tornado warnings have been issued. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock. Giving you the latest right now and some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect and also a flash flood warning now in effect as well. Seeing just different updates going out. I'll go ahead and stop the loop right about here at the end of it. You see a good number of yellow polygons here on the screen, unfortunately, here because of this the overall danger that these storms are posing here across parts of our Georgia viewing area. So, again, that's something that I'm watching here very carefully as we're looking towards southern Georgia. Just trying to keep you up to date here on the latest developments. I'll go ahead and zoom in. You see, they did have a gust there to 46 miles an hour at the Fitzgerald Airport. You see some hail over an inch in diameter possible east of Tipton right now. And we do have this green box. That's the flash flood warning in effect for parts of Ben Hill, Berrien, Irwin, Tipton, Turner counties on the 845. So just keep in mind the monitor turnaround, don't drown. Severe thunderstorm warnings in the yellow boxes here. I know the latest one here looks to be for parts. It looks like Cook as well as Tip, Colquitt, and Berrien counties until 8 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, a severe thunderstorm was located near Unionville and near Tipton, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Tipton, Nashville, Enigma, Omega, Lenox, Lappaha, Unionville, Phillipsburg. You have Mansville, just among locations included in that. And then we have Atkinson, Coffee County under new warning at 7:45. There's a potential for 70 mile an hour gust over there, and Ping Pong Ball saw its hail. Well, look at that scan there. It just kind of went up on us. I know we're seeing the potential for some 71 hour winds and Ping Pong Ball size hail on some of the different warning information. But look at that hail signature. That just exploded on us in that latest scan. From the 1 inch range, it was 1.46 to now over 3 inches all of a sudden. So this is now re-strengthening here just north of Lappaha. So we got to stick with this. I was hoping we could kind of just be in half-hour cut-in mode, but nope, we got to stick with this right now. And it's on a 3-inch hail signature in our area. Hopefully it's just more of a matter of there's a lot of hail versus it being the big damaging kind of hail. But that is a nasty signature on that Doppler radar algorithm. So again, I just kind of letting you know here as this moves over toward the Douglas area. Just trying to let you know here the progression on what's going on. You can see that wind mode there definitely showing the potential for some pretty big problems. I mean, this one went to 70 now. So this is really starting to escalate a little bit in the last few scans again. As this starts to move more toward Coffee County over the next little bit. This could definitely do a good bit of damage, unfortunately. So something to just kind of keep in mind. Just something to kind of keep in mind here as the situation does progress here. As the moments do tick on by. Now, just trying to let you know exactly what is happening. That definitely looks like the worst of this right in there. I know, I'm just going to keep on looking at things here. I'll go ahead and kind of keep updating you on the scenario. Let me get back to the broad perspective severe thunderstorm watch here in play. That's till 10 o'clock. It's got to remain alert for severe thunderstorms getting close to the watch area. Definitely a possibility here as we are kind of looking at things. And just seeing a different warning update again. Not good when you see that type of hail signature here within our covered area. Definitely cause for concern here. And let me go ahead and zoom back on in. Again, watching things there. I mean, this is on 3.31 inch hail. That's not good. I mean, that could cause, in theory, if that's actually happening, that could cause a lot of damage. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully that's not happening. The warnings for 2 inch hail. It would seem a little more likely with it just being a good bit of that. But you just never know here as we're looking in north part of south central Georgia right now. I'm going to be headed up in north southeast Georgia fairly soon, but again, looking in north south central Georgia right now here. Just kind of giving you updates here, giving you the latest details. And then just watching this progressing as the hail pick back up on us. Let me go ahead and look at our other mode here. Yeah, look at that wind now. That's still winds about 80 miles an hour in here. This is a very nasty storm that's moving into Coffee County right now. The nastiest it may have been, you know, really all day. I mean, not good. Not good, folks. Dangerous situation on this Memorial Day evening as we're looking toward parts of South Georgia. Again, serious weather concerns there. At least it's not a tornado situation right now. We have some tornado warnings in North Carolina, but with this, it's not a tornado situation, but it's still a nasty situation here. As we just keep looking here at the latest data. It's a really nasty signature. You don't see that very often around here. I mean, this is getting up there. I mean, you know, you can get up to 80 DVZs, really, on our color scale, and this is at 75. I mean, this is about as nasty as it gets here, and that's probably mainly hail in that's causing that signature. More than likely, it's mainly hail that's causing a signature like that on the Doppler radar algorithms. So again, something to really be mindful of. And I just gotta take shelter. I mean, treat this almost, you know, almost like a tornado situation when you have hail that big potentially. That makes me think that might be some big hail in there. I mean, to get a signature that nasty. I mean, I don't recall a signature quite that nasty in our area very often. I mean, that is, you know, that is really up there in the color table. And I'll check some other radars, but I mean, they're gonna be further away, and they're gonna show similar stuff, which adds to the confidence here that this could be a really nasty hail producer. We're lucky that's not over a big town, but let's see if that's over some homes. It probably is. Let's look. Yeah, it is over some structures here. I know that is some really damaging hail. It would seem, at least, based on our Doppler perspective. Not a guarantee. You see the wind here to at 70. Maybe a little bit higher. That's in northern parts here of Berrien County in Georgia. Again, just watching things progress. I know the focal point's right in here. Even some rotation. Maybe some weak rotation. Gotta watch that. Let's go back to the west, check some other severe thunderstorm warning. This one here, I need to go to the Fort Novaso radar, formerly the Fort Rutger radar, kind of see what's going on with this. And it doesn't look too impressive right now, which is good. And as we look in Alabama, we have this other area that doesn't look all that impressive right now, trying to come into Georgia. But we'll monitor it. Things can change pretty quickly. Again, this is really the focal point. That is a scary looking signature. I mean, that's headed right now for the south side of Douglas. The Weather Service in Jacksonville just went with the destructive tag, but they actually went with it for the wind, not the hail. I know the hail reports, we've seen some, but they haven't been just completely overwhelming. They're saying an inch and a half on the hail, despite the radar showing a little bit worse, but they're going 80-mile-an-hour winds, and now the phones are going off as if this is like a tornado situation. It's not directly, but the wind potential is now triggered a damage threat to be considered as destructive here in towards south central Georgia. Again, a nasty situation. We don't get destructive severe thunderstorm warnings very often around here, so take this seriously in south central Georgia as we watch this situation develop. Again, severe thunderstorm, really nasty here in nature. Destructive winds. Let's see exactly. I know these winds here We hope and think they'll go south of Douglas the worst right now, but that could always change. That could always change here as things develop here. Again, just gonna keep looking here at all the different data coming on in. It's very important. 7:11 is the time right now. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, just trying to give you the latest information. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. It's really nasty, looking at a destructive threat in South Georgia. Just gotta be taking this into consideration here. And I think they just added the other warning, destructive to the south as well. Just based on what I'm seeing here. Let me double check, but Weather Service in Jacksonville put a tag in here that these are destructive storms for far western Coffee and northwestern Atkinson counties, including the community of Willacoochee. Again, a special tag in here. These are destructive storms for western Coffee and northwestern Atkinson counties, including the community of Willacoochee here. So, gotta be really careful. We don't get that around here very often. Coffee and Atkinson, if you're wondering where they are, they're in northern areas there, really north central area there, in towards South Georgia. I know they're saying here Pearson is also a destructive situation, potentially far southern Coffee and Atkinson with the other polygon. So yeah, you can see that angle in it. If it kind of dips more southeast, and Pearson could be in contention for more concern. I mean, our system's still showing 3 and tail, but no matter how you slice or really dice things up here, you're going to have some big problems here. Whether it's from the wind and or the hail, it would seem, with this storm setup in South Florida. This is one of the stronger storms we've had all year in our whole area. Other than tornado warned storms. That may be the strongest storm we've had that hasn't been tornado warned. Oh, you're not saying it needs to be tornado warned either. It doesn't necessarily have a huge circulation with it right now, a really strong circulation, but we're just gonna have to watch. I mean, there's some weak circulation with it, so it will be monitored. But there's a lot of wind and a lot of hail potential with it right now. I think you can see some of that on our correlation coefficient product right now, and that is something that could really do some damage. I'm gonna check to see if there's any information coming in on social media. It's a situation where we can't, maybe show you the pictures from social media, but at least guide me here a little bit. Guide me just a little bit on how things are going overall. Just kind of get an idea here, just minute by minute. I know. Let's just kind of see here what could be happening in terms of any observations. Just going through stuff here. I know, even a severe thunderstorm watch being expanded northward. That's kind of interesting. Don't always see that in these type of setups, but some of the stuff coming in from the west has caused that, to become a storyline in some ways, potentially. I'll see that view there, but you see most of it's on the southern flank right now with the warnings that are in play. Again, that's kind of where we're at. I know that plus flood warning. I know this guy to remember to turn around, don't drown last hour on Fitzgerald. I mean, that's 2+ inches at least. I mean, honestly, it's probably underdoing it a little, though. Granted, there could be hail contamination in here in some ways, but there's still a good bit of rain happening there in short order. and you still add a little bit more onto it. So I know the community of Mora there, it looks like about to get into some pretty nasty conditions. I know our other system weakened the hail signature just a bit right there. It looks just a tad weaker, that hail signature now. Not by much, but just a little bit. Still could be really damaging in some instances, or at least just produce a lot of hail overall. As we continue to give you the updates here. Continue to give you the very latest. Again, watching things develop. We gotta take things seriously here. Again, a little weak rotation. Not a lot. Let's check for like tornado debris in there. I don't see anything like that right where the circulation was. Slash is. But we're just gonna keep on looking, keep on checking here. Just trying to give you the updates. Just trying to give you all those latest details. I see the warning for Calhoun and Clay and Early, Randolph, Terrell counties. That's been canceled early. That's good. That storm out here is weakened. We're watching some stuff there coming out of Alabama. We'll have to see how this holds together. Hopefully this stuff will be a little weaker once it comes on in. That's in Alabama. We'll see. I mean, it'll be near sunset or after. And but we'll monitor things. You never know. There could still be enough leftover energy, but shouldn't be. You wouldn't think as much here. So we do have. It would be 4 warnings, and if this one's gone over here, then you have 4 warnings here: the flash flood warning and 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. But really, it's just this one area. I mean, 2 of these are Tallahassee issuance, 1 severe thunderstorm warning, and 1 Jacksonville issuance. So I mean. It's just because there's different offices involved. I mean, this looks a little bit weaker here, which would be good news. Still seeing some pixels to 60 miles an hour, but not getting the crazy signature we had there a few minutes ago. That was really looking serious. But still got to be mindful. I know to back that up a little. Some different cell interactions can cause that. I think that's what was kind of going on there. We were getting an interaction because you had this area here kind of moving east, this area kind of forming and moving up to the north and east and interacting, and then things kind of strengthened for a moment. But now then they're starting to get back to more of a steady type of state. So again, that's kind of storyline there. Again, just tracking things, monitoring things, giving you all the latest updates. I'm trying to keep you informed. Again, just tracking it here as the scans go by. Trying to see how things develop. Zoom back out a little. .719 is the current time. Again, still watching some elevated type of hail concern there. Which I don't think that area, for whatever reason, I think that warning kind of went away where some of the worst of the hail is right now. But there still is concern there west of Mora. But we're going to keep our eyes on things since it's not as serious as looking as it was here when we came on about 20 minutes ago. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes and come back at the bottom of the hour, 7:30, with more information. It's still nasty, though, so be careful there in South Georgia. We are still watching this accident. If there's a tornado warning that pops up, we'll be breaking in immediately, or something really serious pops up. But otherwise, we'll be back here in about 10 minutes with more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather, and we'll keep you up to date. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. 7:30 is the time, and you do see severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect here toward areas of Atkinson, Coffee, and those counties, and then also a warning for the severe thunderstorm potential for portions of Berry and Colquitt over Cook and Tiff. So we're going to watch that very carefully. I know there's a flash flood warning in the north as well. We've gotten some different reports in. There's a report of water over a few roadways there in Ben Hill County, and then also Irwin County 911 dispatch reporting several trees and power lines down across the county. So not good to hear about that there as we're looking at things there in our South Georgia communities. So again, just trying to give you the very latest on all of that. Let me go ahead and keep looking through some more information here. I'm going to check some of our power outage numbers here toward Georgia. I know, just trying to give you the very latest on what's going on there. According to powerout.us, just to see if some of the numbers are a little more elevated on that. Right now, I'm not seeing a whole bunch. I mean, 70 customers out in Worth County. I know the county we're talking about with the issues being reported in is Irwin County. And toward Irwin County, the powerout.us map there, actually not showing any outages, but it seemingly would be a little bit off right now because we're getting some reports of some issues in that area. But again, just trying to give you the latest updates. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. Reports of Atkinson and Coffee until 7:45. A considerable damage threat over here. Let's get back over to velocity to see if there's anything, picking up. There is some wind velocity starting to show a little bit higher again, it would seem. So let's back this up. Yeah, the last few frames there in Berrien County especially, seeing some stronger winds up, but even in Coffee County here, well, probably Atkinson County too, we're getting some more of that wind potential there north of Willacoochee. So I'm just going to keep on tracking things here, watching the overall scenario. You just got to be careful. You can't let your guard down here. Kind of was hoping these would weaken a little bit more, but there's still enough of that energy. These are still presenting a considerable damage threat. Both of these warnings here have the potential where there's 70-mile-an-hour winds, a possibility within them. And hail to an inch in the Tallahassee warning toward the west. The Jacksonville warning says maybe hail to an inch and a half. So still got to be careful here. That is some really strong winds showing up on velocity. 65 miles an hour. So something like that toward the west and toward the east here. Talking about 60 miles an hour north of Willacoochee, west of Mora. You can see that purple there. That is indicative of maybe a little bit more hail potential as well. So, again, I just kind of continue here to track things, continue to give you the latest updates, and be with you here as the conditions do warrant. So, it's a pretty rural area right now, which is a good news, even though there looks to be pretty high, confidence that some damage will be occurring out of these storms. The worst of this is over in the two spots, over pretty rural areas. This is over area north of Weber, and then this is over an area north of Willacoochee and west of Mora. There, it's kind of moving in the direction of Mora there, with some hail and wind potential that could cause damage in that community. But it's a very small one, very small. You can barely even see it on the geography here. But now I'm sure there's a few structures out there, so I just gotta be taking heed, obviously. That's some nasty looking one. That's over 70 miles an hour on that wind mode and a hail threat. Looks like it kind of is something that may be trying to go up a little bit again. So I have to just watch that here as the situation progresses. I'm just scrubbing back and forth if you're wondering what I'm doing here. So just kind of looking, here at the different timestamps, trying to get an idea of what's been happening and what may happen here in the future. But again, just trying to go through it all. Just trying to let you know what's happening. Just the ever-evolving scenario here. It's definitely important to do that. Again, I'm just trying to keep you guys safe and informed. It's at 7:35 right now. It's Memorial Day, 2024. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. I know, talking about several trees and power lines down across Irwin County, but even Ben Hill County, looks like the 911 dispatch has reported several trees and power lines down across that county as well. So, not what you want to hear, obviously. That is some really strong wind. Really strong wind in that area. Trying to give you the updates here. Trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, I know we're watching it storm down toward Adele. I know we have some folks that watch on Adele. It doesn't look really impressive yet, but it is strengthening just a little bit there in Cook County. You can see here up to what areas there north of Willacoochee and west of Moore, though. It definitely looks like some pretty nasty wind potential. May end up moving toward Pearson here. Ultimately, we shall see. Still, worse that might go a little north, but some pretty nasty weather still there. No, Pearson isn't really populated, but there are some folks in there. Definitely some folks in there. Continue to watch, continue to track. I'm going to just keep zooming and keep zooming out. I know some stronger storms there, some stronger acting toward Terrell and Lee counties. I'll watch that. Let me check the radar there in Southeast Alabama. Doesn't look as strong off of that radar. That's the closer view, it seems. So that's kind of the storyline there. Again, looking at things around Weber there. 60, 70 mile an hour wind. North of Willacoochee, same deal, same story. Just continuing to watch here. Continuing to track. Just sticking with it since it's still showing that considerable type of threat here a bit. Even though it's in more rural areas. New warning just coming out now. Okay. This is going to be to the south. This storm here. It would seem Berry and Cook, Lanier, Lowndes until 9:15. 60 mile an hour wind gust and quarter size hail. So getting that development down there now. Not even an advisory on that, all just like that, all the way to a warning. There you go. And as we look to the north, there was a report about an hour ago that this is coming into the system. The public indicated hail to about quarter size there. Lots of it to at least quarter size near West Roanoke Drive and Jeff David Highway on the southwest side of Fitzgerald. So definitely some nasty weather. But here's your new severe thunderstorm warning now. It includes Hahira, Lakeland, but Adele. All of a sudden, the hail kind of picking up there. The wind potential wasn't looking too high yet, but just all of a sudden, that storm getting a little bit stronger there and prompting a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued. I mean, I'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, it's 7:40 right now. Look at the radar here at 7:24. There's barely anything there, and then a lot of upscale growth here showing up. And then here you go, a severe thunderstorm warning. Some of that's going to be moving toward Nashville. That's why the warnings overlap. But this warning goes all the way to 9:15. So a long fused warning. Definitely got to keep the stream going. I don't think we're going to stick with it continuous right now. But I'm gonna keep reevaluating. I know that storm, that one moving toward Pearson is what kind of gives me a little bit of pause, but I think it's a tad weaker. Yeah, it is a tad weaker than it was, but still gotta be careful. Gotta make sure we don't get a quick spin-up tornado. There's a little weak rotation there, and then down here there's more wind south of Weaver, southeast of Nashville, but it's in a more rural area. Lakeland might have to watch that eventually, depending on how that tracks. But right now, we're just gonna keep watching things. We're gonna keep tracking. I'll pop back on for another update at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, unless we need to come back on sooner. So keep it tuned here. The cloud weather will keep you up to date. Let me see if there's any questions or comments real quick from any of the viewers there at home. Don't see anything, but again, just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on all the different platforms. Facebook, there, KC Cloud WX, Cloud Weather. Twitter/X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather, and cloudweather.com. So we'll be here to give you the latest. I know we're going to be watching the storms tonight. We'll start to have a drier pattern as we look ahead, and I know we'll have our full update later tomorrow. We still have some lingering moisture around tomorrow, though, but then a hurricane special later on that Wednesday, and then we're going to be off Thursday. Actually, no formal update then, but another update at 8 o'clock as we're continuing to watch the severe weather potential for now. So just keep it tuned here, and I'll keep you guys up to date. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock, trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Let's go back to the broad perspective here. Now that severe thunderstorm watch has been extended here in coverage just a little bit. So you can see now covering all of South Georgia. In fact, as I go ahead and zoom the view out. So just got to remain alert for severe thunderstorms here in and close to that watch area. Definitely important to do that here as we track things overall, as we monitor the situation here. I know, for what it's worth, just real quick, I see there's a confirmed tornado on the ground in Pennsylvania. This popped up in our system. Emergency management confirming that there. So that's looks like south of the community of Hazleton. So just something to kind of pop up real quick on that national perspective. But going back to the local view, these are some pretty strong areas of convection right now still. Let's go ahead and look toward Pearson. I know it's been moving pretty slowly overall, but looking there, I mean, seeing some really strong winds still coming in on the south side of Pearson here over the next few minutes in Atkinson County. So just be inside and away from windows in that area right now, in toward that vicinity. I know toward Willacoochee, a tree was reported as having fallen on a home there off of Bostwick Street. And then you can see back toward Cook and Berrien counties, a lot of heavy rain, some lightning in there. But going back to this report, I mean, that was almost 30 minutes ago. This hadn't gone that far in 30 minutes, and still rain where that tree fell on the home. So tells a story about the overall movement here. I know, just watching the situation as it does develop. I know some stronger storms back out here. I know this pattern overall has kind of overachieved a little for today. There was that chance, but it's more about some of the other days have kind of underachieved lately with some severe thunderstorm watches in play. But this day here has been pretty active. This storm used to be watched a little, but it looks like it has the potential to rotate a little. Kind of backing things up and loading the latest frames in. It just has a little bit of a notch on it. We'll watch it. Nothing enough for a warning, I don't think, yet, but we'll watch it. Have some stuff here north of Cuthbert. We're watching that. It looks pretty weak right now, but again, just gonna keep on looking here toward Atkinson County. You can see here some gusty winds for sure. I mean, this is on velocity, so I went to about 70 miles an hour, so that's pretty concerning. Just gonna keep on looking at things here. Keep on giving you the updates as things do develop. I'm gonna just zoom it back out a little bit. You see on Adele, watching weaker winds and weaker signatures in that area right now, but still just be careful. But this looks like a stronger storm for sure. I have to watch to see if it kind of holds together toward Waycross. I know they extended out watch, so there is some concern here that this stuff could kind of hold together. So let's go to other source. You can see the instability. There is over 2,000 joules per kilogram of instability here in South Georgia. So that's got to be monitored here as the situation does advance, as it does develop. Just going to have to keep looking at things here. I'm going to have to keep on checking as we move hour by hour here and minute by minute. So again, just going to have to keep on giving you these latest updates here. It's just so important to do that. I know. Just making sure you guys are staying safe out there. Let me go ahead and put that watch back on. Take the instability off there for a moment so you can get a better look at things, just to kind of see how the situation is evolving. The situation is advancing here. I know. Just gonna be tracking everything for you. Looking there on Adele, you see some heavy rain. But again, around Pearson is where the more concern lies right now. I'm just going to keep checking. Going over here. Definitely some really nasty weather going through Atkinson County. Going to cause some damage, I would think. in Atkinson County, Georgia. Now for perspective, let's see the covered map here. You can see where Atkinson County is. It's to the south of Coffee County, to the northwest of Ware County there in South Georgia. Of course, we're in Bradford County in North Florida, just to kind of break that all down for you there. And we're just going to keep tracking this situation here. And just seeing here how things do go. So, again, this warning remaining in effect. A little bit of a boundary coming out of that now. Maybe it'll be a sign that it's a weaken. We see it could also just kick off more storms, but this time of night, maybe that's a sign that that's going to weaken on us. But it's not really weakening too much right now. That's a lot of wind there. I mean, I think that's, the side of the highest population, but there's still some structures in there. So keep that in mind there in Atkinson County. As we're kind of looking there. Latest scan a little weaker. Around US 221, around US 441. Tracking some wind potential. Just gonna see how that kind of looks here in all those scans. It's 8:07 right now here on this Monday, on this Memorial Day 2024. See how that lightning there around Pearson. US 221 there, some of that wind. New warning just issued, just coming down. I'm going to go ahead and go to another mode. Looking there, northwestern Eccles, west central Ware, and Clinton County at 8:45. At 8:06, there are thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Pearson to 6 miles north of DuPont to near Moody Air Force Base, moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. 71-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Homerville, Argyle, Statenville, DuPont, Mayday, Manor, and Cogdale. So just for your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. The current threat. I know. I gotta wonder if, since we haven't been getting like 3 intel reports, maybe that's why they're, going a little lower on these warnings, because the algorithms maybe have been a little bit high, possibly, on estimating the hail. But that wind potential definitely there, and it's definitely got to be taken seriously here as the timeline does go on. So, again, tracking this as a thunderstorm watch and play. And now I'll go ahead and zoom back out. We have these other storms to the west. There's some instability. I mean, some of these are more on the edge of it versus the ones down in here, but it's got to be monitored. Again, watching down toward Homerville and Statenville and just those areas in general. Just kind of keep on looking at things. Keep on checking the scenario here. Zooming back out a bit. It's worth noting. Again, a considerable threat, though. I know considerable continues here toward parts of Atkinson, Clinton, Ware until 8:30. And we'll go ahead and read off the latest information on that here. As that comes on in, and we're watching again, areas in South Georgia being impacted. I need to kind of see where this is angling. It's really not supposed to make its way too far into North Central Florida, but we'll watch. There is some instability. It's still pretty warm. So we'll watch, since that kind of looks like it's tracking that way, just if you kind of predict the polygons out a little bit. I know the latest information on that warning north there is at 8:08. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 7 miles northeast of Pearson to near Cogdale to near Lakeland, moving south-southeast at 30 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail possible. Homerville, Pearson, Argyle, Manor, Cogdale, Millwood, and Axon. So just to prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds, and that people outdoors. Another urge in the Weather Service in Jacksonville is that they need to move to a shelter inside a sturdy building and away from windows. So very important there. Again, I'm just giving you the latest. Giving you the latest here. I know, for what it's worth, there's another tornado warning now in mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, in Maryland. I'll just throw that up there real quick. Obviously, something more on a national level. Not too far away, it looks like, from the community of Bowie there. This is for Anne Arundel and Howard and Prince George's County. Some red indicated rotation in that tornado watch. You may have to watch the airport there, the Fort Meade/Tipton Airport. But just continuing to watch things down here. Again, watching the situation here as it does evolve. It's just important here to keep our eyes on everything. You just want to be paying attention here. I know a new warning in Alabama now. Dale and Henry. No, Dale and Coffee, excuse me. That's out of our area, but still, it's something we'll have to watch to see if it translates in our area or not. So that's something that I'm going to watch to progress on here over the next little bit. Definitely worth a watch and definitely worth noting. But we'll just kind of watch the angle. That might be more headed into the north, West Florida area / the, western, maybe Big Bend later. But we shall see. We shall see. The western Big Bend would be more into our area, of course. Again, just gonna be watching. There's a little rotation there northwest of Cogdale, depending on how you want to pronounce that. We'll keep our eyes on it. A lot of lightning there between Peterson and Homerville. A lot of heavy rain as well. I don't think these are as strong as they were later, but I'm going to still watch. I'll be back here at 8:30 with more information. So just keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. Still severe weather for sure. I know, I do have a question about the Panhandle. We were just kind of looking at that a little. Let me get at a little bit more here. I know, it's kind of all relative about the Panhandle in some ways of Florida. Because, further out there's a severe thunderstorm watch now to Phoenix Springs and over toward Mariana and Pensacola. That goes until about 11 Eastern, which is 10 Central. We do have some storm accident headed that way, but then in our area, well, it's kind of tricky. We're not sure how well this is going to hold together. Models have been kind of mixed on this, but let me kind of get to some of the latest run information. Let me go ahead and pull up what 8 o'clock's supposed to look like on here, and it's still a little bit off, honestly. So I'll just kind of move this up 9, 10. It's running behind. I mean, 11, 12, and even that's with the storm still moving slow. I mean, it's so stuff around Tallahassee, though, later in the night. Makes me wonder if we'll get a little bit quicker progression as I'm scrubbing back and forth, and maybe the stuff's going to be a little stronger on Tallahassee. We'll see. I know that stuff already, this morning here, I mean, the forecast model, and then I kind of go back and forth here. I mean, this is supposed to be, it's not supposed to be at 11 o'clock where they have stuff, and they're already getting it kind of approaching, so we'll see. Maybe get a little bit more in North Florida than we were thinking earlier on, especially, just areas there. I mean, even the Swanee River Valley at this point. Just watching this in the real time, but yeah, some of this over here, this could be an issue for Quitman County and some of other western South Georgia counties ultimately. So it could still be pretty busy here. Not as nasty as the stuff looked earlier. We're going to keep watching. Just stay tuned for the latest here. It's not an overwhelming threat. The tornado threat's pretty low. It's nothing like what we saw there going back toward Tallahassee with a terrible event, as we were looking earlier in the period there. But we'll just continue to track things earlier in the month of May, of course. But we'll keep on watching things and give you the latest updates as needed. But for now, the next scheduled update is at 8:30 there at the bottom of the hour in about 15 minutes. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, 8:30 on this Monday, Memorial Day. Tracking a severe thunderstorm warning continuing right now for parts of it looks like Cook, Berrien, Lanier, and Lowndes counties here until about 9:15 or so. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts the main concern. So right now there's been some weakening, but we still got to watch some of the activity. I know looks like an advisory now as we're looking over toward the east instead of a warning, so that's good. But a lot of reports of damage coming in toward like Willacoochee and that vicinity there. So trees downed and power lines as well by Bridgetown Road and Old Columbus Road uh, toward Morrill Road and Bridgetown Road. And then a tree on a home off of Bostwick Street in Willacoochee. So not what you want to hear there. The storm north of Camilla is getting a little bit stronger. It might get a warning in the next little bit around Baconton if it starts to show more signs of intensification. We have more storms further out toward the west that we'll have to watch. So definitely the threat's not over here. Hopefully it's starting to decrease some, but it's not over yet. So we just gotta keep our eyes on things. I know just gonna continue to monitor the situation here. I know looking at this, the overall conditions, the overall information, I know it's just always intriguing here to do that as the hours go on by. Just gonna make sure that things don't try to ramp up on us, but as we get near sunset, I mean, they might ramp up a little bit here and there. You see quite a bit of instability still around Tallahassee, so we'll watch. I mean, there's a lot of instability, just overall, even further up, in other areas of the viewing circle as well. So we're going to keep watching things. There's a flash flood warning still toward areas there up toward Fitzgerald. I know they got hit pretty hard by the storms there. So we're going to keep the stream going. I'll be back at 9 o'clock with another update unless we need to pop back in earlier. So if we get a tornado warning, that's what we'll do. We haven't had any local tornado warnings today, but we'll be watching. And if we need to come on before 9 o'clock, we'll do that. But still some strong storms across the region. One severe thunderstorm warning in effect there for parts of South Georgia. That does include areas of Berrien, Cook, Lanier, and Lowndes. I have a warning north of Mobile, too. So there's some stuff further to the west. Some of that might try to make its way into the South Georgia counties, or depending on the exact angle, maybe into the Big Bend. We shall see. So we're going to keep watching. Keep it tuned here. Be back at the top of the hour with more unless something really ramps up. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the weather center at 9 o'clock, tracking a severe thunderstorm warning continuing there into part of South Georgia. And that's for areas there of Berrien, Cook, Lanier, and Lowndes counties until about 9:15. I know it's been looking weaker in there, but I'm still continuing to monitor the situation. I know, honestly, it looks like that area closer to Homerville is a little bit stronger, where there's an advisory. But I'll keep watching. I know there's also a flash flood warning that got issued here in the last little bit for parts of Berrien, Cook, and Lanier until 10:30. So again, I'll just watch there. Nashville, Lakeland, Adel, Sparks, Ray City, some of the areas under that warning, as there's been a good bit of rain in that area. Some of those purple areas showing over 3 inches storm total amounts and a little bit more rain falling. So just remember the National Weather Service's mantra there: turn around, don't drown. In that type of situation. So again, just kind of keep on tracking everything here in the Weather Center. But based on the current trends right now, I'll probably just go ahead and leave the radar up a little longer, but only cut in if and as needed here through the remainder of it, not do the half-hour cut-ins anymore. But I can always break in if and as needed here. We are still watching some storms over in North Alabama that could pose a hazard toward areas in South Georgia here. We'll see. They are not really impressive looking, but they're right near the radar sites. That could be obscuring things a little bit. I know I checked the radar to the south, but it's down. Let me check the radar in Tallahassee, see if it shows anything a little stronger. A little bit stronger, but not overwhelming. But I'm going to keep watching. I'll keep tracking it here. Keep trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. As the timeline does tick on by here, as the minutes do tick on by, and again, an advisory further off toward the east, gust of 45 to 55 miles an hour. You see Homerville there getting a gust in the last little bit in the 43-mile-an-hour range or so, 44 actually on the report. And sometimes the system runs up or down, but just kind of giving you guys an idea on what's going on there. Just trying to let you guys know that there's some stronger storm activity south central to southeast Georgia. Again, we'll break in if needed. There's a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect until 10 o'clock. They extended it there in terms of space, but not in terms of time as of now. They might add a little bit more time to it, but we'll leave the stream going here. And again, I'll break in as needed if it's needed. Won't plan on any more cut-ins here officially, but if we get more warnings, we'll pop back in to give you guys the very latest here. Slight risk is continuing of severe weather. So I know I'm going to try to get a look here at the overall risk area and have that together here in a loop in just a second. I know kind of down toward the state line, and then you have a margin of risk that gets all the way into toward the Lake City area over toward Nassau. They are in toward Nassau County. So again, gonna keep watching things here and break in if and as needed. We'll track everything as it is warranted, obviously, here in the Weather Center. As here's that loop that I was talking about. I know we'll be on a formal update late tomorrow. Hurricane special on Wednesday night, and no formal update Thursday this week is planned, as you can see here. Just kind of giving you guys that look at things here. I know how warm the temperatures were earlier on, and you can see cooling off some, but then that dark green is a marginal risk again. The yellow is a slight risk, and then the pink is a severe thunderstorm watch. At least for our area for next hour, you see how it's extended some. You have the yellow box is a severe thunderstorm warning. The green box, dark green, is a flash flood warning there. A couple dark green boxes were on the board there, maybe for a moment, kind of at one point or another there, as we kind of look at things, as we kind of track the situation there. I know, I'm just trying to let you know exactly what's going on. I know some delayed reports here. Looks like some diamond nickel size hail earlier in Mitchell County around Putney. Trees down quite a bit earlier in Turner County. And getting back over about 5:35, multiple trees and power lines were down there. It looks like across the west side of Turner County. So definitely these storms having an impact. I'll be here watching them on this Memorial Day. If we need to pop back in, I will. But otherwise, have a great night. I'll leave the stream going here as you watch the progression of things here across parts of our area. I know some of this stuff's going to try to make its way to North Florida. Severe chances lower down toward the south, but Tallahassee and Lake City chances aren't zero. Even toward McClenny, not zero. And areas in Nassau County as well. So I'll be here informed, but otherwise, as they're expiring the warning now, that they're saying they're going to let that go at 9:15 to severe thunderstorm warning, unless we need to pop back in again. Have a great night, and thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me.